Hello, it's Chris from Airwindows, and my hope is that we can do something amusing and fun today involving coding. I've got my coffee ready and some nice water to go along with it. I can see where chat is, although I might want to pop that out. Put it closer to where I can see. And generally I set it to live chat. And we'll just figure our stuff out and get rolling. Yeah, the last week was a more intensely hard-working week. Party Provider Plays, hello there. And I did a bunch of plugins, and we have a bunch of plugins coming out. This morning, in fact, I got the VST versions for a bunch of things ready to go. Notably Decrackle, so I'll be able to work with that. And the new version of Dubplate, which a bunch of people were quite interested in Dubplate. Turns out Dubplate could be a lot better because the first version of it was using a basically I was working off of an example, and it wasn't the master that was given to the Dubplate house. And then when I got hold of the master that was given to the Dubplate house, turns out it needed some heavy equalization. I'm going to ask the person who provided that for me and find out whether I can show brief clips of the before and after, because the before and after worked out pretty good. But this week what I was thinking of doing, or at least today, what I was thinking of doing is jumping into some of my Godot stuff. And I can show you what that is by switching over to my little screen overlay. That's just my YouTube studio thing. And I have successfully made a Godot project. Let's line it up on the screen properly. I might do that repeatedly. I've successfully made a Godot project that runs in C#. Now, the Godot engine is the free open source engine that we have available. I think it's recently been updated to 4.4, and I've done multiple things in the Godot engine, but it's all been using GDScript. So I thought I would spend an afternoon drinking coffee. I'm not sure whether I'm going to make more coffee, but maybe we will. Talking about how to adapt Godot stuff to C# and what you might benefit from if you did. Because the thing is, GDScript is a pretty accessible way of going about things. I've got a number of stuff. In fact, there's a particular thing I'm thinking about trying to port over to C#. And we'll see how that goes. But C# is maybe not entirely an interpreted language, but it's a lot more, I don't know what you'd call it, Java-y kind of thing. It is trying to hold your hand a lot. You're not supposed to really pay attention to all the details around what variables are, how they interact with memory, so on and so forth. Whereas C# is a variation on the C programming language, and it's a lot closer to the metal. So the idea is it should be possible to make stuff in C# run faster than in just Godot, because you're doing less overhead. Like the overhead that it has to do in order to figure out what it's doing is not going to be as high in C# because C# simply does less for you. However, engaging with the engine involves like sending messages back and forth. For instance, you'll see here that it says public partial class scratchpad node 2D. The Godot thing that I've got in there, and I can run this program and it will show you the output. This is the output. I made a program to work out like what I can do with my plan for making stop boxes. It was originally going to be stomp boxes using desert bus pricing. Desert bus pricing means you take a thing and then every subsequent thing is 7% more expensive. Desert Bus is a fundraiser for the Child's Play charity done by Loading Ready Run, and that's how they pay for hours. I don't remember how much they start at, but their first hour is like X amount of money, and every subsequent hour that you buy means they have to continue for another hour doing their Desert Bus is a funny story. They're playing a game, but the game is the Sega CD game Desert Bus by Penn and Teller. And so they do many other things during the run of the show to entertain people. But you bid money to make them play for another hour, and every subsequent hour is 7% more expensive. So the idea of doing that made sense for me with regard to making stomp boxes, because I don't have much time. And never mind, I'm getting to be an older guy, all white-bearded me and everything. I'm not actually over 60, but I am over 55. And I don't have time to build a stomp box empire. And so anything that I do as far as building stomp boxes and letting people have them takes away from my work that's done making plugins. And the plugins are the things that people can download. I can't have people downloading stomp boxes, although I can tell people what I'm doing so that they can do those themselves. So Desert Bus pricing is something I kind of arrived at, seeing that it worked pretty well for Loading Ready Run. Or does. It is actively working well for Loading Ready Run. Don't mind me fooling with the spacing of things. And I started fooling with some of the options using this program that you see here for how to do the calculations, because it started out with how do you do a calculation that is a set price. Originally I tried starting at 100 and just going from there, and as that continues it'll get to a point where it is too expensive to buy another stomp box and I stop. Meaning that if somebody really wanted one super badly, then they could indeed have one, but it would become way less likely for anybody to bother getting it. And you can do fun things with that. For instance, here's an option. If every single stomp box costs twice as much as the previous one, and the first one is literally $10. See, I'm commenting out what I had previously. And age is how old I am. I had been figuring out how long it would take me to get to certain amounts. There are some amusing things to do with it that'll never actually happen, but it's part of sort of the art projectness of it. So if I now run this, which I have to do by clicking this thing up here, we now have a completely different thing. And it is calculating out what each one costs as it goes, because each one is twice the previous cost. And it's keeping track of how much money I earned in more or less $10,000 increments is what that's doing. So essentially, the way that works is it's just running the math. And so we see that if I doubled the price each time, by 10, I would be $5,120, which is in the range of a Claw and Centaur, like a vintage Claw and Centaur. And these are going to be custom made, but it's never going to get that. But it also keeps track of how much I earned over a lifetime. Granted, this is only by... Also, my calculations are that I'll be able to make about one a month. I could conceivably start doing them faster, but that's the way I'm counting it for the time being. That's why it says age. It's like, by the time I reach this age, it would cost thus and so. So I'd be hitting $10,000 total earnings by this much. And then by the time I made 99 of them, because I have 99 boxes available to use for this stuff, I would have made, oh goodness gracious me, $2 billion. So that's not realistic. That's not a real thing. On the other hand, if we did something else, like for instance, 0.0 1.01618. So rather than 7%, it's literally golden ratio percent, because golden ratio is a bit of a gag that me and my community like playing with. I keep including it in calculations, and so I'm basing the Desert Bus pricing thing around golden ratio. But here we are starting at, let's change it so that we're starting at $100. And watch what happens. If we do $100 and the each subsequent one is 1.618% more than the previous one, what's going to happen is the total starts going up much more slowly. And all of this stuff is being done in the Godot engine. Now, let me have a peek at the stove. It still seems to be going. It has become winter again here in Vermont, so that's just how that's going to be. So I can rerun this, and note what's happening here. I've got int x and string y. String is actually a Godot class, if I understand it correctly, because I don't think you can necessarily do just string in C#. I'm not sure. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. But one thing I do know is that you can concatenate strings like y plus equals another thing, and that just adds to it. You can have a carriage return in there by going \n, and the rest of this stuff is largely just C# things, except for, notice this. That's Godot right there. The Godot engine is providing me the ability to take an int, any int, anything I call an int, and go dot to string, converting it to string, and then pad left number of resulting things and 0, meaning that it'll start counting from 0, 1. Oh, I've got a number of games to show you today. There are a bunch of ideas that will be all the better if I'm programming them in C#. This is just getting rolling by talking about what I've done to get a working C# Godot project running. And you notice that on the end over here, we do have stuff available. That's the Godot engine information. It's not using much in the way of CPU or memory, but just opening a window with the text field on it takes about 100 megs. So that it's not the most efficient engine, but it gives you all this stuff, and we're not really restricting how much it restricts. Also note, this is JetBrains Rider. So one of the things about it is Godot itself doesn't include all of this information. In fact, I was going to take a moment, jump into JetBrains Writer's preferences, and fool with one of the things in here. Oh, not going to be that. Not doing this necessarily, but there are some things in tools, I think. Perhaps I'm wrong. I feel like maybe it's advanced settings. Yes, so there was a thing where it was showing me stuff about information. And I had removed some of the things it was doing. I'd like to put those things back. The trouble with this kind of stuff is it's always very overwhelmingly complicated. There's so much to this, most of it I don't understand. And that's a hindrance. I do know that we can do some stuff like this. Modified only. Okay. Here's where it was. So, semantic search. And those are the changed things. I'm pretty sure I can do the same thing. Maybe? Don't mind me. I'm going to get my way through this so that I can return to what I was doing. Environment, perhaps? No. Note we have Godot engine available. Also, Unity and Unreal, because that's what Writer is all about. Hey, Jonathan. One of my friends that helps me with code, Bacon Paul, who did the Airwindows Consolidated, is a fan of Sea Lion, if I'm not mistaken. That is their more thorough and elaborate coding thing. This perhaps not so much. Editor? I do not seem... Oh, well, hang on. Let's save that, see if it changes anything here. Context actions. See, what I had previously, and I don't know how to put it back because I don't know much about Writer. It was showing me more stuff. It would have this, and there would be a little blurb of additional information having to do with what each of these things was. Like it would say double, and there would be a little thing over in the corner that said something else. And all of that was information. Much like with this, I can look at this, see to what extent it's Godot, and to what extent this might actually be a function in C#. It's acting like it's a function in C#, but maybe not. See, I don't know which thing is C# and which thing is not. But one thing I can do here is run this. Now that I've set price to 100, total to 100, it's still counting by tens of thousands, because there's a special detail in there that will add information and a carriage return as it hits certain points. But the bulk of what this does sits in here, and it's just taking price, multiplying it by whatever we've got. Right now this is 1.618%. And if I run this, we'll see that it's doing its thing. Hey, RPG Alexi. And we have got to 99. And in total, if I did it on this schedule, which is starting at 100 and adding 1.6%, I would make my 99 plugins, because I've got 99 boxes for plugins, and a Clone Centaur ain't one, which will have earned me $20,000 by the time I'm 64, which is not enough to, like, if I did it this way, I would not be able to stop doing plugins and making sure that I had something coming out every week. So that poses perhaps a problem. And it would end up getting to 99, and the end cost of 99th one would be $482, because each one is 1.6% more expensive than the previous. So that's a friendly plan for people who want to buy a plugin for less than, buy a stomp box for less than anybody else is willing to sell them. Or at some point it becomes a reasonable price. Like after I make about 50 of them, it's around $250, which is maybe a little bit high for hand-built stomp boxes. But kind of the whole idea here is to design it in such a way where I can make these things for people, and people can buy the one that I'm currently using. That's the idea. And then it will get to a point where the price I've set on it is too high and nobody will buy the one I'm currently using, and then I will just use it. And if I do an amazing track or something, or an amazing guitar part of the project is, at any given point, I can go, oh, did you like the sound of that guitar part? And it's amazing. You can buy the literal stomp box that I did with it. Here it is. It's on Reverb. It's at $344, say, if I've made 78 of them. But building these will also take away from being able to do music, so it's all this balance. And that is why I ended up doing it in this different way. For instance, if I did literal Desert Bus pricing, that is this. 1.07, 7% more each one. And if I started at $100, and note that I was going to start at golden ratio bucks, because $161 is roughly around what people pay for the least expensive Devi ever stomp boxes, including the ones that are subcontracted or licensed out to other people. There's a hidden purpose to this wackiness, which is if I have this going on and end up at a price for each new stomp box, I'm thinking I will make other kinds. So I'll have a multiple ones available, but they will all be at the current price, and every one that I sell will bump up the price of each new one that I make. Whether it's simple, whether it's complicated, doesn't really matter. It just follows this rule. And if I do this one, the total amount that I make by the time I am 65 is $1 million of stomp boxes. There's a catch. Somebody has to be willing to pay $75,000 per stomp box to get there. And that's not happening. That's not practical. But it starts out at, say, $100. But then it rather rapidly escalates. So the thing is, like, if I come up with an amazing design, the best distortion boost or whatever, maybe it gets up to where, somebody's willing to pay $443 after I've made 23 of them and sold all these previous ones. Well, if it's the beginning ones, like $107, my Jack can probably afford that. If you're able to buy any stomp box from anywhere, you can afford that. And then it just kind of goes from there. There are points like, this is a point where it would be able to replace Patreon. because I make roughly around that much on Patreon in order to be able to continue to survive. So in theory, if I was going from here, I would make it to the age of 60, and this would be able to replace what I was doing. Assuming I'm making them one a month, that would cover being able to work full-time building one of these a month, and so on. If I made them faster, or if they were bought faster, because I'm not going to make multiple ones, a shelf full of them. No, they're made one at a time, custom. But that's kind of how this goes, is it builds up to ridiculous amounts, because at some point it's like, maybe Silicon Valley decides that this is the new cryptocurrency and it's an investment vehicle. And I'm like, knock yourself out. Okay, whatever. Because I can stubbornly stick to this plan. And if I do, that's what happens. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm fine with that. It's an art idea. And so what I settled on was starting it at the point where, and I'm of two minds about whether that's worth doing, whether it's worth starting it at $161, but that is more of the golden ratio memery, where like, okay, I'm starting it at $161.80 and a third cents. And I'll throw in the 80 and a third cents for free. And so it starts out as the Airwindows meme of the golden ratio. That's not so far off from custom-built stomp boxes in general. Like, technically you could sell a stomp box for $100, but usually those are like you've ordered printed circuit boards from somewhere and somebody's worked out the details on how to turn those around for very cheaply. And this is not going to be that. All of these are handmade, hand-painted, brushed aluminum boxes, hand aluminum brushed, all of those things. So I settled on something like this. And this, see here we've got some details on what this actually means. It's possible that public override string to string is something that came out of Godot, but this also could be system int32, as in perhaps this belongs to C# in general, that they have a string class, including all of this stuff. And it's telling me all of these things. For instance, apparently this is 32-bit ints, which is worth knowing about. Double is definitely not a 32-bit. That double is going to be IEEE 754. I believe that is 64-bit, although it could possibly, I think it's going to be 64-bit. But we zoom down over to here, and we see that if we hover over these things, this is now Godot stuff. And we've got nice instructions, which is part of what Rider does for you. Rider will walk you through a bunch of these things. And the bits that I shut off and am now trying to turn back on again, I don't know where I can get. We're not connected to Godot editor. Edit configurations is probably not what I want. There was a bunch of stuff in here where it gave you little tiny footnotes and about what everything was doing, and I don't know how to put that back. Maybe someday I'll find out. Who knows? But what we can do here is it is showing where all of this stuff comes from and what it's talking about. Child node, that's a Godot thing. A child node is how Godot works, and we'll be seeing more about that very soon. Set is a thing that you can do after the child node. And it's also saying things like In C#, property must be in snake case, meaning that you got to do capitalizations in a certain way. It will probably warn me if I don't. And so what I can do before jumping into another Godot program, and Writer will actually work on GD script, and I'm going to be showing you that momentarily, is this is now the memified version of Chris's plan for making stomp boxes. And you'll see that if we start at $161, the next one is $171, and so on, I can very likely sell a few of these, and then it will either keep going or it won't. I'm sorry, I'm louder than I should be. Well, I know something I can do. I'll just scooch backwards. And like, if they don't keep selling, that's fine. I will have the one I'm using, and it'll be available if anybody really wants it. And if not, that's all cool. If they do keep selling, this is what happens. By the time I hit age 59, which is in a few years, they'll be up to like 769. By the time that also I am aged, again, one a month. I don't have to do one a month, but I figure I can pretty consistently build one a month if I have a design. I will live stream building stomp boxes and things, because part of this is I would be happy to see other people start doing it. At one point, I was trying to put together a whole thing for encouraging people to do what I was going to call solder core and get people building stuff. So if I can do this and it motivates people to build my things rather than buy them from me at exaggerated prices, it win-win. So by the time that the stomp box would be $1,319, I would still have only earned about 20K. But we're getting closer and closer to the point here, after doing 43 stomp boxes, where that basically replaces Patreon. So if it worked, I could just do that. There's also a thing where if it continues to escalate, I don't have to sell one every month. Like if I got to number 55, which is 4,000, then I could sell one every other month and survive. And lifetime, I still would have only earned $72,000 doing that in total, all of the things added together, because all the original ones were not unreasonable in price. And it just kind of goes like that. So the fully memified version gets me to number 99, unreasonable cost. Nobody's going to pay $57,000 for a stomp box unless it's literally another version of crypto and rich people got involved, being like, I must own all of these things. And it would have earned me as near as damn it $1 million exactly. So this is not going to happen, but that's the joke. The joke is I can start making these, and they will go as far as they need to. Much like how Desert Bus itself, which operates on these rules, Desert Bus itself does not continue forever. But they earn like solidly $1 million each year for Child's Play charity doing this. So yeah, so this is not going to work. That's not a real thing. It's part of the joke is it's a sort of art project. If this actually happened, first of all, people would be counterfeiting them like mad and it would become ridiculous and stupid. It's not going to actually happen that way. But the joke is if it did, it would neatly wind up with me being able to retire at the age of 65 a millionaire. And that's pretty funny, because I'm probably not going to. I'm probably going to die of some simple physical ailment with no health care and no money. But you know, that's why it's a joke. That's why it's a gag. It's an art project. Speaking of art projects, here is something which I think is going to, okay, there we go. Here is something that I can show you. This is GDScript. You see that it's got some similarities. Also, you'll note that one of the things about this is it's going to make suggestions for me. These are things that I could fix or that I must fix. And I can run it and see if it works. It does not appear to be available to run right now, so this is one of the conveniences. Let's see if I can fit this on the screen more accurately. Yeah, I bet I can. To working in Writer, this worked in a previous version, so I wonder. Hey, Smurftim, this is a Godot day. This might actually not be the correct thing for me to try to do, but one thing I can do is see if it even runs, and if it doesn't run, then I'll know what to do about it. It's just covered my whole entire screen. Nice. Well, I never asked the Godot engine to do that, but it did anyway. Here we are. So this is not in Writer anymore. This is in literally the Godot engine, which you can download and just have. And this is all of the same stuff here, but it's in a more recent version of Godot than the one that I coded in. And this is a game. If all goes correctly, which it may or it might not. See, here is a screen. Don't mind me. There is more screen stuff. What we're looking at here is this little bit area is a screen area. These are stuff that gets drawn on the screen. These are bounding boxes where stuff, physics objects, will bounce off of these various things. And then we've also got stuff going on like, I don't think that I can open this directly. But if you open this up, you can see it. This is a little watercolored thing. And you can see that there are bounding boxes embedded in this scene. Segment E, TSCN, that means it's a scene. And this is a Godot object. This gets overlaid onto the other thing, so that stuff can bounce off of these things here, but they can also bounce off of the things in the underlying game level, and this stuff gets swapped out. And then stuff like this, scoreball, is another object that can get instantiated into the scene. I don't know if this has code included in it. I think it does. Yeah, see, node 2D over here. Scoreball scene, that has a script. This is the script. And it's what lives inside this object. So one of the points I was going to make in talking about Godot, and I'm contemplating going and making another cup of coffee, doing my usual throw a log on the fire and go make a cup of coffee. Oh, and look, the Godot engine has a certain amount of pop-up stuff here. It's just that it's not nearly as sophisticated as Writer. But it is, in fact, trying to tell me things. For instance, node process, we've got some documentation here. Let's run this and see if it can run, because Writer claimed it could not. It runs. So this is a game. Stuff bouncing around there. You control the one that you've typed its letter. Like see B there? I've now typed a B, and so I can move that. Type A, I can move that. And the balls have to go up to the top of the screen. If we go fast enough, it's going to start playing breakbeats. Like that. And you notice that that other one, which without the letter on it, is getting smaller. If it shrinks to nothing, the game's over. If you make it move, it stops shrinking. So yeah, this is the game. It's graphics and lights and sounds and stuff and paintings. It is actually, as far as, you see how it's the engine is making some of these things fly up off the screen. They're quite happy to do it. But it can also be difficult to maneuver the things up and off the screen, especially when you have lots of them. Also note that it's reacting to my motions, like if I'm controlling things like I'm doing now, that bass drum gets louder. Also the bouncing noises. Oh, I moved that one just in time. It got stuck on the top of that and wasn't going to let go. We've got a reverb built in. It's not one of my reverbs, but Godot does have a reverb. And this is just, it's a little physics game. Things change based on what you're doing, like the speed at which that clear one moves changes things. And it's all based on what's inside here. So here's files, but here's scripts. So this is how that works. And there was a time when I got real busy making this. I don't remember whether it ever came out, but there's stuff that we can do about this. For instance, notice that it says letter index I %26. That's a modulus operator, meaning that letter index constantly goes between 0 and 26. Rank index is where things get placed. And there are places in here. See, here is descriptions for everything. And I've described how difficult it is to solve some of these. Some of them are easier to get all of the things out the top, and some of them are not. Alphabet means you have the ability to need to use Shift to select some of them. Like if you had capital G and you just kept hitting G, you wouldn't be able to select it until you hit Shift G. It's all based on the idea, oh, and look, I'm using my golden ratio meme again. And globals here's globals. So here are some of the things that you can do. If we make timing balls be 20, I'm pretty sure they're all going to start out with lots of the timing balls. Also, reso is part of the sound of this particular one. Tempo is also relevant to what we're going on here. If I make it do 20 timing balls, See, now it's much more easy to win the game, because all of these have to come to a halt in order to lose. Also, it seems to have made the motion... Oh, no. It is, in fact, going to different levels. There are multiple different relationships going on here. So we'll allow this one to end while I drink the last of this cup of coffee. You know, the clicks of the different things have different purposes. The individual balls have their own code built into them. So certain things about this have to do with the one that I'm controlling. The click of that bouncing off of things is in time with the music. The pitch of things gets raised up by the size of the smallest available ball. Also, your guys can't fit through that, but as the other balls get smaller, and then as they all shrink to nothing, game over. I can no longer control any of these guys. So we change timing balls to 20. Normally I have 1, and it is causing that Zoxbox kind of riff going on. Oh, well, you can have this game. I haven't put it out yet. It's just something that I have made over the years, and we're looking at it again now, because this is a good way of talking about how you make something be a Godot engine. We can also change this. This starts as 1 player, but what if we had 100? That's in globals. And level mod actually has not been changed. I don't really know what that does, but I'm pretty sure if I do players 100, it will have striking effects. Let's see what that does. See, if you've made it to level 100, you will have gone through many different things. But your job has become now, all of these have to get through the top of the screen before the little ball at the bottom stops moving. And this is arguably difficult. Note that you're also controlling more than one of them at a time. Like, you can continue playing this game on and on. And the tempo will get higher and higher. I do believe I can cheat that. Excuse me. Tempo 400. We'll get one of these guys through the top of the screen. See, the score and the tempo track each other. So as you get a high score, it starts doing this. Multiple things are changing. Like, the kick drum sounds different. The tempo, of course, is much faster, which has changed the speed of the breakbeat. And that's if you play all the way through and get to, for instance, this stage, because you've succeeded in like 400 levels, or at least gotten 400 of these dots off the top of the screen. Also, if you have that going on, you can hit the space bar and that's dropped another ball for you. It's like a get out of jail free card. Anytime you have that beat going on, it means that you can hit space and save yourself from losing the game by releasing another ball. So that's useful too, but it's all about sort of feedback techniques, communicating what the game is able to do. Remembering, oh, if the game does this, that means I can do this. If the game is doing a breakbeat, that means I can hit spacebar and get myself out of a jam by releasing another timing ball from the top of the screen. Notice the way the physics engine works. One of those balls is going completely crazy down there. That's why we have such large colliders as part of it, is if this stuff goes crazy and the balls go flying around, they need to be able to successfully find a place to go rather than like crashing the game or something. And so that's starting with 100 players and a score of 400. I think we actually wanted to start with a score of 0 and players of 1, but that's kind of how all of this stuff works, is and I can in fact build and play it like this. And it starts just like this. A much simpler situation. See, part of the deal with it is that it's a seemingly very primitive and easy game. Maybe a little tricky to manage everything, especially as stuff bounces around like crazy. But it's also a situational awareness game where you want to click the right setting for this and then see if we've got this guy and we're bouncing around up here trying to find our way off the top of the screen, but the timing ball is down at the bottom of the screen. So technically what I need to do is go down, if I can get it to go down, and bounce it again. And I made all of these assets myself, yes. Except for the amen break. This is, of course, the amen break. Oh, and I did not make the font, although I have made fonts before, but in this case I did not make this font. So I'll tell you what, let me leave things on my cam here. I am going to make another cup of coffee because I am going to be able to do some things with this. First thing I want to do is see why Ryder didn't like this actually working game, because it had a bunch of observations that didn't actually end up meaning anything, and I want to find out what that meant, because I like the idea of using Ryder on this stuff. So, yeah, one thing at a time. Oh, so is my kettle empty? It is. All right. Yeah, this kettle here sits on top of the wood stove and it had run dry. So I put some more water in there. It's time for me to throw another log in here as well. It's kind of returned to being winter around here, at least for the moment. But I have a lovely stack of firewood over here, ready to go. And once this is started up, I will go and make myself my final cup of coffee for the day. It's actually only a third cup of coffee for the day. I have to be cautious to not push that too hard. It's not good for my health. But if I feel certain that we'll be able to do something interesting in the Godot engine and or in Rider. And I'm very curious as to why Rider was claiming that the GDScript stuff for that very game that you just saw wasn't actually good code, because it was doing a bunch of stuff where it was like, this doesn't count, this doesn't work, this isn't real, and it refused to actually run the project, but the project can run. So it'll be amusing to see what it does, because there have been other cases where it found stuff to fix and even offered suggestions for how to fix it. So I'll be right back after having gotten that going. No, the stove was not made in Godot. Normally, I would be putting on music or something, but since it's a Godot engine one, I don't really have a way of having the Godot game playing. If I tried to make that previous game play continuously and just walked away, it wouldn't do anything. So in lieu of being able to do an autoplay option by the time of me going and making coffee, I'm just going and making coffee right now. But I will be right back. And I will read the chat. I see there's a little conversation going on in the chat. I'll catch up with that. Honestly, not that you can hear me very well from back there. I could see doing the Godot thing more, because I've got a nice collection of plugins ready to post, so I can keep that going. So, while there are not that many people wanting to make audio plugins, or people wanting to use audio plugins, a lot of people would like to make games of some kind, or would enjoy making things like that. So there might be a use for this choice of mine to try doing that. Gotta love the wonderful Rode MT available for that. So, righteous after dub plate, huh? Bear in mind, Jonathan, always remember, getting a high score in meter, that is about what kind of energy you want to bring. If you want to bring a more chill kind of energy, what you want to do is target a appropriate setting in meter. I think I even have a cheat sheet here. I do. Among my multiple things. See? So that is something that I wrote for myself, and I colored it with colors because I just like to. AA to AD is like transcendent levels of energy, like making a classic hit song or something. AE or AF is legendary. BA to BB is forceful rather than just overwhelming. BC to BD would be powerful. BE to BF is groove. That is not worse. That is, your energy is more calm and chill. So BE to BF, groove. CA to CF, serene. If you're trying to make something that feels serene, do not go for a AA rating. DA to FF is calm, because ain't nothing happening at all. So yeah, I'll show that again to you. I have to continue making my coffee. But yeah, don't assume you have to go for the high score. It's for aiming the kinds of sounds toward the desired outcome. I'll talk a little bit about meter when I get back. yeah. These are fairly important observations having to do with like meter and stuff. And the simplest way of describing it is to say that you don't always go for the highest score. One of the primary reasons for a meter is to set it up so that there is such a thing as going too loud and too intense, causing it to not get as good of a score. So it's good to avoid that. Almost there. Bring us some stevia and cream in this, and I'm coming. Alrighty. Coffee acquired. Yay! So this is the thing I was showing you. It is the scorecard for scores in meter. And it depicts how that doesn't necessarily mean A is best. The idea is exactly, at the start, stuck into D's. If you're not shooting for calm, then there is going to be something going on there. But it's possible to over-loudinate or over-intensify things to cause that score to go down again, which if you're looking for the most overwhelming awesome thing ever, you're shooting for a double A. But if you're looking for something that is more chill and smooth or grooving, you might be shooting for something lower, like the BE, BF, and so on. And there you have it. Meanwhile, here we are in Balls Up, which is the name of the game because that's what you have to do with them. I just showed you some of the things about how to change the concepts of the surround, and I've demonstrated that it will in fact run in the Godot engine. I'm interested in finding out why Writer didn't want to work. After all, here we are. It's opening it, but it's not showing me a, maybe it's because I simply don't have it selected. See, it says player GD script. I don't know if it's going to work if I don't have the relevant bit selected, but we'll see. Like here's game map. And let's see, so we'll undo that. Here are some of the things that you can open. For instance, Warp Ball T-Scene. That includes stuff, but it doesn't actually have code in it. This is more, I'm not even sure how editable all this is. This is kind of what Godot generates for itself based on the information you've got. So we get to look at what that is, but it's normally done in the Godot editor. By contrast, Timing Ball GD, this is code. And this has found one complaint. Reference resonance not found. Now, it was working, so that's weird. So perhaps I go and find out what this thing thinks it's doing. Or perhaps it simply... So here's... Oh, PNK sounds... up arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up arrow. Okay. One thing that's going on here, and perhaps this simply means I don't need to fool with this program in Writer. Audio server get bus effect resonance. That is going and getting a particular thing within the Godot engine, and it's a filter. But this code doesn't know it's a filter, and so it's not proofing able to find it. Maybe that's the problem. See, some of this stuff is working and some of it is not. In particular, it doesn't know how to do this. Audio server. The audio server singleton. What a singleton is, it is something that runs all by itself. I should also point out, see, timing ball GD, this rides in each of those individual balls without a letter added to it, meaning that it bounces around and does all this. I could find out whether I can comment that out. Unused method, well, I would argue about that because this is a click that gets activated. So what that just did, oh, and we should also undo the previous one. Pretty sure that's what that said. Nope, I guess not. See, when you do a function, it can include all of these various things, like mouse enter, mouse exit, and you get to control them based on what's been activated. A lot of these are void functions. That one is not. And a lot of these have nothing to do with what timing ball GD actually is. See, it extends rigid body 2D. And what's this unused class anyway? Jump to source. This is attached to each of those non-lettered balls that bounce around. So this is how it's doing it. Physics process is this here. Not that I'm getting very good information out of it, though. I had thought that would, see? So this is a bunch of stuff in the actual Godot library code. I didn't write any of this. And it looks to all be set up so that it just passes if you haven't put anything in there. I don't know how much of this does anything. Various instructions of how to use these various things. But yeah, we commented out audio server. Debug player GD script. Let's see what that does, if anything. does not appear to be doing anything. So we'll tell that to stop again. It failed to launch the debug adapter. Okay. Okay, that's not actually what I was trying to do right now, so not going to worry about it. Timer GD. This claims to have 2 errors and 1 warning. Same deal. It doesn't know how to interact with audio server. There may be a way that I can tell it to not pay attention to that, but I'm interested in seeing whether I can run this out of Writer by making it ignore the bits that it doesn't know how to deal with. Because again, like I said, Writer should be able to run this program. It ran in the Godot thing, but my problem being the stuff that I'm doing with the filters is referring to a bus effect that Writer does not know about, and I don't really know how to do that. Huh. Panic error? Okay, cool. I will have another dubplate coming out for anybody else who is tempted to jump into that. There may be other ways of doing that. This is called Tanker because it started out as a game of making multiple boats float around on a river and having them all go to a place. And the idea was that you'd keep track of all of these different boats. None of them would move very fast, but I tried that one and it wasn't very much fun to play because it was a little exhausting. It's part of my attempting to do games in which the game aspect is situational awareness and your ability to keep track of many things at one time. So I've got some corrections here and some things I'm able to alter. For instance, I see this is here. If I get rid of all this audio server stuff, it'll probably stop complaining about that. Have to put it back again once I'm done. I'm just looking to see whether I can run this and see what the debugger makes of it. Okay, that's interesting. Fields return type, you say? Jump to source. I guess it did, didn't it? Hi, that's what would solve the other one. That's what I was doing before. Okay, so we get to fix that. Or do we just cause that problem? I think we just caused that problem. So it told me to do a thing, but that was not a useful thing to tell me to do. However, maybe I can undo my way out of that mess. Yeah, there we go. So it doesn't want that colon there. The colon says this is a particular kind of variable. And it wants me to specify the return type as enum dictionary, but that lies. That's not really a thing that works. However, Afghan Jabrilov, hello. Oh my God. More like we're figuring out how to do this stuff. So, L velocity vector 2. We're assigning things to variables here. And this is how it was done. So what's up with that stuff over here? Vector 2 equals vector 2, 0, 0. However, jump to source here. Okay, it was able to do that before. So apparently what we need to do, hey Crappy Pond, is define a variable just in order to use it here. See, L velocity is a variable. This is applying the impulse of 0, 0. As is this, but we don't actually get to do that. So we can copy that and use it for something else, such as we'll call it blank velocity instead. And then we'll use that. I think it is dark because we're not doing anything with it, but we can do something with it here. Boop. And then it lights up, meaning that we're using it for something. And apply impulse requires two different vectors, although it looks as if the second one can be left out. I'm just not leaving it out right at the moment. So if we're applying an impulse and the impulse is 0, 0, I think it just starts up without having the rigid body get an impulse applied. That said, that now works. L velocity is not going to stay 0, 0. We're just instantiating it like that. But when we jump over here, we see that this is the same deal. In fact, look at this. Position vector 2 equals 0, 0. Let's see if we can just simplify this by not applying the second condition. Does that still work? Looks like maybe it does. Alrighty. So we've now tinkered with this until it worked. In fact, we can tinker with this as well. See, apply impulse. That second position is where on the rigid body the impulse gets applied. 0, 0 means its center of mass. If it's slightly offset, then it will apply the impulse in a way that might cause it to spin or pivot or do something. So we have now got Tanker GD to be functional. We've got this to be functional by removing audio server stuff. I really wonder whether I can make this I don't know if there's a way that I can communicate to Rider, ignore this line, trust me, it'll be fine. Because that's where this is at, is I've got a couple of lines in here having to do with audio server where Rider doesn't know what to make of this. Or technically, I'm tinkering with the game that exists already. There's Tanker scene, no worries about that, that's fine. Looking for more GD script. If we get all the GD script sorted out, we can run it from here and then see what the debugger makes of it. Globals. Globals apparently has no complaints. There's an unused class. That's not true. Unused class, jump to source. So extends node, I don't think I can actually remove that. but it's not doing. What this means is it is not doing anything with any of the features of Node. I think if I just take that away, it'll stop working, but I'm not sure. It's giving me the option to do it. Let's see what it does. Nothing good. Okay. Let's undo that. Yeah, we removed the entire class, but we sure as heck need to include it. I wonder if I double click, will it? Yep. Yeah, so that was a misguided thing. I have to keep an eye out for the stuff that Writer wants to do that is actually not smart. It seems to not understand how to put all this together. Ooh, also, check this out. See that little highlight there? Hint settings. Show me more of these hints. Code vision. I can tell it to disable those hints and then it will do none of those, but I don't actually want that. I would like to see more in the way of this stuff. Even if it gets confused, it's doing a generate documentation with AI. I do not particularly respect that very much. But there is a extent to which, yeah, see that part's good. It's doing things like, say it says path. If I told it not to do that hint, it would not be showing me that. It would just say res, and it would assume you know what that is, right? But I'm not going to assume that I know what all these things is because there's so much of it. Also note that unused method, that is not actually true. See it show fixes. Remove the method. No, I use that method. It says that it's an unused method, but that's not actually true. It's being called somewhere else. Perhaps somewhere else that I've already done something with. So let's have a look at game map GD. We've got more stuff here. This may be why it wasn't able to find all those other things. Oh my goodness. Crappy blonde? Yeah, console X is out. You can have it like literally today. I know what this stuff is. This is all stuff where Writer doesn't know what I'm doing with audio server. So if I comment that out, everywhere it appears, then not everything will work in the game, but I might get it to where I can run it, and I would like that. Globals. Field's return type can be specified as node, hey? Not sure if that's useful. What about this? Can be specified as scene, eh? Field's return type can be specified as packed scene. What happens when we try to do that? Specify type. In that case, see, the reason you would be doing something like that is because if you specify what kind of variable it is, Godot gets to run a little bit faster because it doesn't go, okay, timing wall template, is this an int? Is this a float? Is this a scene? Is this an object or something? And it wonders what it is, and then you make it do what you want. In the same light, I bet this, let me first of all see whether, let's hover over this and see whether it offers the same thing. can be specified as node, eh? Okay. Yeah. So these are ways that Writer is able to make suggestions in order to help this run better. So far, it's done a pretty good job. I'm going to see basically how far that goes. We're going to close some of these other things. Stepping through the fixes and specifying. Oh, nope, that was not a answer, was it? Oh, I ran into this one before. Yeah, so you can't do that. It's not actually true when it says that. You can't specify things as enum dictionary quite that way. And that's fine. However, specifying that as bool is fine. And specifying this as string is fine. So on and so forth. So we'll just kind of stick with the details that do make a kind of sense, and we'll leave that one out. At some point, we're going to get to where we can run this in the in Writer. So let's see. And we did not get around to this one. And all of these, there was a thing where it was like command, no, option that. Option return, as long as I pick stuff that is actually relevant. See, as we're doing this, we are telling it to specify all of these things by relevant and appropriate stuff. And that worked. So now, we're still not able to run it. Perhaps I need to have Godot editor running and it can't run it by itself. It was able to run it from the C# incarnation. Yeah, Jonathan, Dubplate 2 is not going to be better so much as it is going to be way more controllable and allow for things like more bass and treble. Original Dubplate is probably still the best bet for just randomly making stuff sound like a dubplate no matter what you throw at it. Because it was done based on audio that required extremely aggressive behavior. And the follow-up ones, map. Let me run the Godot engine and see whether it's able to do anything else. We are. Oh no, this is just running the game. It's doing something. Ooh, now we're having a problem, which probably means it can't actually run. And that is because canceling that stuff out made it not work. Interesting. Although I can cancel this out and then it'll be more happy to run. Except for there's another situation there. So let's do that too. Try again. So that works. So now that that's running, let's go in Writer and see whether Writer is able to make it work. Writer can reload the changes that I just made. It did not alert me to the fact that Godot engine was going to break on that. We're not opening TTF files in here. Okay, if I set it to editor, it can run something, but what is this in fact running if I do that? Pfft. Okay, that's not useful. I've seen to have run an extra copy of the Godot engine now. That's weird. Well, I believe I ran that one, so we'll shut that one down and leave this one here. And if we run that, it runs editor. That just loads yet another copy of the editor, so that's weird. So this is not going as well as I'd have hoped. But what the hey? What the hey, I say. And we're going to try to quit out of there. So we'll try to quit out of there. And see whether we can make anything useful. Player GD script cannot be run. I don't know why. Can we run? Nope, that's adding things to this project. We can build balls up, but it is succeeded with warnings. I have not specified a project or solution file. Okay. Well, that's nice. How can this... Wouldn't this be the project file? Refactor this. This could be messy. Yeah, let's not rename that. We may be stuck only able to do that in the original GD script. Crappy Blonde? I am not selling that controller, but there is a video out where you can get linked to YaleTex. YaleTex is who sold me the controller that I was using. And YaleTex is selling those controllers. And so you can, I'm sure they would be delighted. I don't think anybody went and bought one except for me. But if you want one, you can go to YaleTex and select exactly the setup that I used, and then they will build you one, and it will be fairly expensive, as mine was. I would say that Dubplate sounds anti-sumptuous, but that's me. So yeah, so what are we looking at here? How can we make this work? Not refactoring that. Edit, no. Open in, no. What does structure mean? Interesting. So that's new. Tanker includes these things. These are the variables. These are... Yeah, see, we've exported variables, and then we have a variable that has not been exported. And it's not specifying those. Export means it shows in the editor. And I think may have something to do with whether other things can see, like only this can see its own variable, but the stuff that says export, other stuff can see. No, it is not spelled that. It is spelled Y-A-E-L-T-E-X. And there is a relatively recent video, thanks Jonathan, a relatively recent video talking about that. So if you find the recent video talking about the Airtex controller, that will link to relevant places. And yep, and I'm not selling it and I get nothing for them. But Airtex seem cool, so if you want to do business with them, knock yourself out. Again, I'll warn you, it's a little expensive, but I think they're good quality stuff. Certainly the faders that I'm using for Airwindows, those are good quality long throw faders. They're not automated. They don't have motors on them, but they're good quality faders. So let's see. So run and debug configurations, which it's not actually letting me do. Edit configurations. Okay, so this is how it's supposed to talk to that native executable. No, I don't think so. I feel like that's actually not going to work. So tell you what, let me dial back the stuff that I did. I will need to do that manually, and that's fine. And that would be the icon being used for it. Not that it doesn't work perfectly everywhere, but time to put back my audio server stuff, which is honestly being a little extra fancy. And it worked. And it's good, but it's definitely a little extra fancy. And Writer doesn't understand any of it. So that is interacting, and this is just a bunch of logic for manipulating things like audio hat player is a hi-hat that gets included sometimes and is not included other times. And then all of this stuff also needs to be unlocked because it worked fine, it just Writer doesn't understand it. That is how you manipulate the running. I think now that we're in the Godot editor, I could simply show you some of this. I'm just wondering how much of it okay, there we go. That's fine. That still has some more audio server stuff to do, so let's fix that. Stuff you can do in the Godot engine, but you cannot do in Writer, because Writer doesn't know what this means. Globals, no changes there, other than Writer had me add this, which turns out to be fine. Tanker, we have just updated some of the audio server stuff there, so that's fine. Also, I did a couple of changes here, which turned out to be fine. This stuff, Writer knew what it was. Doing stuff like Audio Click Player 2D, that see, there we go. That is stuff that Writer knows about. Like pitch scale. It is explaining some of these things. And it's not explaining some of the other things. Let's see, timer. There we go. We can go to that one too. Sure enough, we have more audio servers being manipulated all over the place, and I'll tell you why, because I really went to great lengths to do interesting things with the sound of this, seeing as I am an audio programmer. So even though I am working inside the Godot engine, and I'll show you what this is all about momentarily. And yet another audio server reference. There it is. Zoom in and make sure to save everything. These are just documentation that happen to be stuff I've looked at recently. So if I close those, we're only looking at the stuff that lives here. So here's how some of this works. We've got stuff added to these individual items. Like tanker is one of the lettered guys that moves around. Timing ball are the unlabeled ones that bounce around that have to keep moving. So currently what we're looking at here is apparently what lives inside tanker. The script, this is the script. It's actually not letting me select that thing. But whatever, I have in fact already opened the script. And tanker is an object that looks like this. We've got a sprite, we've got a collision shape, which is this shape. Dot flare is a bit of an overlay. If I hide it, you see that the light of it and it stops the detail on it from being what it is. Like there is a light color that extends out past the boundaries of the circle, and then there's a bit of a shading down here. And that's all part of what's called dot flare. Label, that's the letter. It's a label, literally. Point light 2D is what lights it up, basically. And audio click player can't be seen, but it is what's causing the sound to happen. And then audio hat player is part of this. And there's our volume, there's our pitch scale. Here's a bunch of things having to do with what you do with the audio sound once you've activated it. Bus has been changed from the default because it's on percussion bus. And now I will show you what the bus and stuff means by going to the audio section. Does this look familiar? Does it look like a DAW? It's not quite like a DAW, but it's a little bit like a DAW. Master is what makes sounds come out the speakers. Everything else is something else. And you'll notice that we have controls on things. Like we've got a delay on percussion, we've got a low pass filter on kick, we've got a low pass filter, a delay, and a distortion on timing aux. And the combination of all these things is what causes the sound to be what it is. But these things can also be changed. So this is without any of that processing. So you can hear the breakbeat hasn't actually been processed at all. But the little synthesizer noise that goes in part of it is another story. And that's because we have turned off the controls. Percussion is, there's a point at which there's a hi-hat sound that gets involved. Low pass filter, we don't actually have kick happening yet. But these things get brought in. Distortion is literally a distortion. Over here you can see what it does. And we've got options like ATAN, clip, lo-fi, overdrive. There's a built-in filter, which is not what I would have for this. I would love to be able to include all of my stuff in here, seeing as it's clearly doing some kind of biquad filter thing going on, and all of these parameters are not necessarily the most primitive and simple processing that you could do. Like here's delay. We got multiple taps. We've got feedback. We've got a bunch of stuff going on where it's how that stuff works. But you just apply it through add effect here and then kind of use it. So delay is not the same for perk and timing zox. Timing zox, we're doing particular things with it. Perhaps having to do with the low pass being different than on perk. Yeah, low pass is slightly different. Pan is strikingly different because pan is going to be modulated based on perk and so on. Similarly, low pass filter on kick starts out at 10 Hertz. Low pass filter on timing zox, resonance is 0.59 and dB of 18, whereas on kick, dB at 24 and a resonance of 1, and it's coming up from the very low frequencies. All of this stuff is getting modified by code as I go. And then here is our master. You see the way this stuff is being routed is we've run these various sounds to different buses for doing different things with them, including modulating the parameters. This is what was confusing Rider, is I'm doing stuff like modulating the parameter on timing zox, bus element 0 of low pass filter, or low pass filter and then its element of resonance or whatever. There's this elaborate way of getting to those, like property path or whatever. And then our output is speakers for this. But if we were to, say, put literally everything through a giant reverb, we'd have this. So now the entire game is in a reverb, because we put it on the master bus, you see. And it's not a terribly good reverb, but it is a reverb. It's probably Freeverb or something like that. We can do the dry wet with no pre-delay and no, I don't know why you'd have feedback on a pre-delay. Output percent of, so this is the amount of delay on there, which I can cut only to 20 milliseconds. And I do not know whether this will make it silent or loud. Let's find out. So that's interesting. So yeah, we can make our entire reverb be a lot quieter. Cutting this down to this low is going to make it be a lot quieter, and then we can turn damping up until it is a drone. Although it doesn't seem to give me infinite drone. But there you have it. And this is all native to Godot. Like, I didn't write any of this. This is just what you get inside Godot. Again, if anybody is excited about helping me get my stuff into the Godot engine, I'd be delighted to donate everything that I have. And then they can be busy with the prospect of keeping up with my rate of productivity. And here we have enabled the breakbeats. So it's a fairly cool sounding reverb. It's alright. We can also do dry wet, so we have the normal sound, but also giant extra reverb on the master bus, which is what I was doing initially with. Also, I'm curious as to it seems to be maintaining the reverb through scene changes, and that's interesting. Up you go, and yeah. The audio bus is persisting, even though the rest of it is not. So yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that you can do with the stock default Godot audio bus. We've basically just added that to it, and the other buses feeding into the main bus are the things that I had previously set up, where it's intended to be pretty direct, honestly. And that reverb is really quite aggressive, but cool. Not a problem. We only get to have so much feedback. Let's see what this does. We're exploring the depths of. Yep. So they've decided that the pre-delay of a reverb should be used to extend the reverb. So our sustain in the reverb is not so much the reverb itself, but just a continuing echo that is tied to the pre-delay for no particular reason. But there's still fun to be had with this. Let's see what happens when the game stops. Cool. All good fun. So yeah, and that is part of the Godot audio editor. And so now we put this back to the state that it previously was. It does run. This is the intended original sound. And it gets much more aggressive as you go farther. But it stays fairly chill as it goes. And this is how it was designed to work. Up to and including our weird little backward things and whatever else. Including the ability to manipulate all of those effects in the audio bus with gameplay things. Like the speed that this guy goes has an effect on the sound. Like if it moves fast, it's going to become more resonant, because that makes it sound interesting. But as it slows down, which it will do, also note that bits of the underlying, there is a underlying graphic and the overlay, which is like the shading and the highlight. Those are separate things. The underlying graphic is rotating, where the shading and the highlight are not. And that means it looks a little bit more physical as it moves. And then as it slows down, that pitch of the weird synthesizer noise that's not locked in, that pitch of that is increasing, which gives you a sense of how much drama is going on with regard to your attempting to win the game. And you can maybe see the details of it trying to move. Listen to the synth. And then it stops. So yeah. Oh, there's sections of... Here, let me go and find the place where it does it. There totally is. Take your GD. So now let's see. Where does it do the thing? Is it part of this? Timer frames between updates times 12. This is part of it being able to do the persistent groove and keep it on tempo. But in here somewhere also, yep. So we can look at all of these as we go. In here somewhere, maybe here. Waiting for a spacebar, audio stream player, audio breakbeat player is the one we care about here. So one of the things it's capable of doing is, in fact, it's capable of playing sections of breakbeat backwards. I'm sure I heard it doing it. Pitch scale is locked to the tempos. Here it says stop. Physics process. So it's not going to be in there. Maybe it's in timing ball. I'm looking for references to audio breakbeat player and changing that around. We shall see whether anything attempts to refer to that. This one doesn't do anything, I don't think. Clicks are the sound of it bouncing off of surfaces. The hat player and the kick drum are separate. They're not part of the breakbeat. Doesn't look like we have any reference to breakbeat player here. Also, looks like I could do with throwing another log on my fire. So let me see if I can't do that. I bet you I can do that. Still cold enough around here that I probably should keep this going. Once I'm finished doing that, I'm thinking I will close down this video game about the balls bouncing around on watercolored backgrounds If I knew where to look, I could show you the watercolors that I did to make the backgrounds. Those are physical paintings. And I have tiny physical paintings. For now, I will just throw some wood in here and get the fire going again. That I have to do. That'll do. Yeah, because I'd really like to get into the concept of making stuff go from GDScript to C#. Writer was letting me get started on that. I'd like to do a little more with it, although we'll see. Like, it's possible that's just not something I can conveniently do on stream, but who knows, maybe I can. Maybe I can. What I was doing was looking to see whether I could find where it plays breaks backwards. So we apparently have 3 errors. Oh, okay. Decimal part will be discarded. Okay, it's fine. This does not offer suggestions for what to do to fix it. Except for here, where it is offering suggestions of how to fix it. I could make it use what gets entered. Well, no, actually, no, you can't. And I'll tell you why. On body entered is a physics engine thing. Although Godot itself, not being writer, is not giving me that much information about it. But when it says body, and then if self-position means you're dealing with what this object is. Body is probably the object that hit it, meaning that you can connect it to other stuff going on. So we're ignoring that simply because we're not actually using the thing. So listen closely. See, that was a backward. So it will sometimes play backward. I'm not sure whether it's more common. Anyways, I heard it go backwards once, and that's good enough for me. So Let's go all the way to find whatever the default basic scene is. And that might take some doing. I don't know whether it's going to take some doing or not. Game map scene. Alrighty. So this is the fundamental one. I guess that's what I find out when it has that little... Nope, all scenes are called that. So this is basically just the base node. We've got a root node, recommended to not be transformed. Reset the transform and reload the scene. 2D. So this is what we're looking at. Here's our transform. It's the base node. And we're 1 pixel over. So let's fix that, and then it will not have that concern. Ta-da! That wasn't much, but it was something. See, over here, Node 2D says transform. It wanted this to be exactly 0, 0, and it warned about it. But here is something else, namely, audio breakbeat player is part of the basic scene upon which everything else gets loaded on top of. This stays. These other ones called T-scene and level and whatever, segment, those get brought in, overlaid on top of this, or removed again. And then all the balls and timing balls and things are overlaid on top of that. But all of this stays here. And we appear to have Sprite 2D floating around doing something, but I'm not entirely sure what it's for. We can turn it off. Let's see whether this looks like a thing having turned that off. Oh, I bet this is what it is. It's the flash. It's that flash underneath. That's how you know that is the one that you're using. So that is the blinky light. Clearly, I have simply turned it back on again, and that snaps to whichever one you're controlling. Now over to audio stream player and audio breakbeat player. Audio stream player is doing the kick drum when that comes in. Audio break player is doing the breakbeat, and we see that it has a randomizer. So it's picking among a bunch of different tracks. These are the options I've given it. That's our breakbeat. It's the in break. Random pitch clearly is getting modulated by something, because we're reversing it from time to time. I don't think that means I have, like here, check this out. I can set it to sequential, or I can set it to random without repeating. I started it with random, and it's able to repeat itself because that makes sense for that particular one. And if I head out the top fast enough, which is going to take a little bit of doing, then we have so that's sequential. No longer randomizing anything. So we're playing all of our options in sequence. Except we're not. It's changed it. It's not doing it sequentially after all. And that's interesting, because I just told it that it should. So random is what it was doing, and then it changed it and forced it to not be random at all. only currently supported in the web platform. Okay, never mind. So we started that as random, and then we can set it to avoid repeats. Altering this is going to cause it to act weird. So we've set it to no repeats but also random pitch, and I'm going to see whether it actually honors that or whether I've set it in code somewhere to override. In order to make it start, however, we have to head out the top of the screen rapidly. If, that is, we can. After all, it is still a video game, so maybe I haven't got it mastered yet. If I succeed in that, which I may or may not, we shall see. I may have just disabled the entire breakbeat. I feel like I have disabled the entire breakbeat. So first of all, let's set it back to random and have random pitch not be as extreme as this, but just something else. Because maybe having it set to a very large pitch screwed it up. And now we will see whether we can... There we go. See, this is why it doesn't do that. It's no longer able to do a groove because it's throwing random pitches all over the place. And the pitch is meant to have it continually play a continuing groove that syncs up with the bass drum when it exists. But this is no longer synced. This is throwing many randomnesses in. So it's neat, but this is not the intention. And that's because random pitch is extremely... Oh, let's try it even more extreme than that. See if we can get it to turn on the breakbeat. You're supposed to engage the breakbeat after you have moved fast enough out the top of the screen. Of course, it's possible that either I can't do that, or the changes that I made with random speed are so extreme that they're forcing it to not work. I'm going to say the changes that I've made have forced it to not work. So random pitch caused problems for me. If we have it 1.98, maybe that is going to, maybe what happened was I had set the random pitch to a setting where it was able to make it simply stop and not return. So it's supposed to be, there we go. Okay, so this is probably what happened when I set it up differently that way. The range of pitches is extreme, but one of the pitches is silence. One of the pitches is just DC voltage. So So this place for randomness is not our friend. It's interesting enough, but it's not our friend. And there's some of the backward stuff I was telling you about. It is capable of backward playing. So yeah, so we do not want random pitch or random volume, but we do want simply random playback technique. And pitch scale is how it is manipulating the sound. I don't know whether this is where I put in the... I'm kind of trying to find the reverse. I know it reverses every now and then. And so I'm basically trying to find out where I do that. But, you know, I don't really have to. Oh, hang on. Cancel. We still have a complaint out of debugger. So I do not know why it's fussing over that. What if we divide it by 26.0? It should still be happy enough with that, but will it still be complaining? Okay, that seemed to have made it happy. So now we have a relatively complaint-free video game, balls up, and can move on to something else. Because I was hoping to fool with something else. Namely, this, which is being opened across the entire screen. That's super helpful. Thank you. Just what I wanted. Not. Godot engine has this tendency of assuming that you want it full screen, which I find unuseful. This program is what I use to do reverbs. See how we can set it for Hall or something? And I can set it for Search 5, and it does this. What it's doing is generating random reverb settings and then doing a little chart of them in two different ways. One of them directly and another one overlaid repeatedly on top of itself, using the numbers that you see there and trying to reach the option that has the fewest striking differences in brightness across the tonality, because these equate to delay settings overlapping on top of each other. Like places where there's a bright line and then a dark line mean those are reverb settings that are kind of lining up. It'll make a kind of nasty metallic quality. The idea is that all of this stuff can be randomly tried out to see what random attempts that you can make just happen to produce a good sounding reverb. So what is a good sounding reverb? For the purposes of this program, it is a reverb with as few differences in brightness across the sound, which is delay times marked as grayscale. So this is no sound immediately, and then a little burst of echoes, and then they continue to combine with each other, causing a larger burst of echoes. We can also do a smaller one. See, it says Search 3. That is a householder reverb that is just 3 by 3. We can set it to continuously generating and it'll probably chug a little bit more. Or maybe it'll just freeze up. That's interesting. The hope is that it doesn't crash, but I mean, I can still fix it even if it does. Yeah, we're going to tell it to stop. I've kind of got it set up so that if you just use it normally, it should function. But apparently Search 3 is not happy, so that's cool. It's supposed to be usable. Maybe I just changed something? What I was wondering is whether I can do a C# version of this. Let me take a moment, now that I've finished my final cup of coffee for the day. We'll run it again. Will it in fact also crash if I do search 4? Maybe. Okay, so I guess I left this in a state that is not entirely happy. No matter. Let's see if it's able to run search 5 a second time. Yep. So it was able to do that just fine. It is attempting to generate more reverb impulses, but 4 and 3 are not in working condition right now, and I don't know why not, but it's not. And then this is all of my information around there. And this is the reverb settings that I punch into the plugin, the consts, which are the delay times. And that's how this gets done. You see it's occasionally changing colors, changing this display up here. One of the things that's happening is this is all in GDScript, which is already probably not optimal. But then it is also doing all of its calculations by referring to pixels in an image, so it can show the image. And I just feel as if that must be very inefficient. I'm happy that it works. It does work. That's keeping an eye on my wood stove, make sure that's still going. And yeah, it appears that, oh, we've got it set to continually generating. Maybe it's simply that continually generating on search 5 is the only one that can do that, and maybe we can run a bunch of search 3 and that's fine. See, that's you can see the delay lines in the visual part. This is how these references add up, and then we can do search 4. Each time it does a new one. When I set it to continually generating, it becomes upset, but no worries about that for the moment. And this is a 4x4 householder matrix drawn as a picture, left channel and right channel. Left channel, it's reading it left to right, and right channel, it's reading it top to bottom. So it uses all the same delays, and it's not really gain coding. And this is that reverb impulse overlaid on top of itself a whole bunch. These settings determine what counts as a successful reverb impulse. And all of that basically worked. All of that did work. But I'm wondering whether I can do a C# version of this to the point where maybe that would be something that I can play with for the end of today. Because I've done a C# program in Godot, But I haven't done this. Not this as a C#. And some of this stuff, it seems like you could. Oh, and we've got a whole bunch of debug errors. Oh. Okay, so that stuff, it's all pretty much the same thing. Oh, hi. That's a concern. That's probably why it hung. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that one bit. Some of that stuff might be why it crashed. And this is also going to be slowing it down quite a bit. So, too many errors. I hear you. So that room size presumably a float. Yes, it is. So that's a concern, but then this range stuff is a serious concern. Because as we do this, we keep hitting values that are excessive, and I do not understand why it would be doing that, given that get pixel x, surely this mod 8192 should be able to produce stuff that is smaller than 8192. That's what that's supposed to do. Let's just quick play with this a little bit. So let's see, and that's in search for, is it? Okay. So if we run this again, we're successfully getting a search for, but we're still getting debugger messages. So that's cool. And I can tell it to stop continuously generating. And so now I've run search for, and we're still getting a lot of debugger messages. However, looks like they're all this. There are ways of dealing with this. I don't think Randy range, yeah, it needs to be given an int. So it's complaints about that. Room size kind of needs to stay afloat because it is a smallish size. Needs to be able to make this 1200 or whatever a lot smaller than that. That's sort of my maximum size. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's quit out of that and fire up Writer and see what Writer thinks of all this. And for starters, I'll make it fit on the screen properly. There we go. Writer cannot run this. Interesting. I'm not sure if Writer can run any of these GD scripts. And the working directory doesn't contain a project or solution file. Maybe it can't run GDScript. I wasn't bargaining on that, but who knows? Maybe that's true. One thing we can have a look at, though, well, now it's stuck on that. Helpful. Unused class, jump to source. Did it jump to source or did it not? Sometimes when it tells me to do that, it lies or fails to work. Anyways, this is apparently all of our stuff. Don't need to be looking at the image. That's unused class and unused method. That's not actually accurate. Stuff is used. Don't need to look at the scene. Don't need to look at Project Godot. So here's search 5, search 4, search 3, and halt 3, halt 4, and halt 5. So apparently we cannot run this. And it feels as if that might make things slower as far as being able to do anything with it. Now, it doesn't mean I can't try, but it suggests that this could be a more laborious proceeding than I'd hoped. Notably, I have a whole interface worked out for this one in the Godot engine. And it is just possible that that's the place I have to do the C# version. And only then will I be able to get this to do anything with it, because this is kind of, oh, open solutions? Okay, surely this is already open, yeah? Well, we can tell it to start the Godot editor. Back we go. Does that mean we can do anything? We do seem to be a little stuck, I'm not going to lie. This is why I never got into doing anything with Writer, because you could do this and then it would simply be stuck and there would be nothing that you could do. And likewise, this is stuck, I can't do anything, I can't monitor anything, and I can't run the program. And I don't know why. So over here, that's probably, yeah. So node 2D scene rename that to that. Can we rename this? Can but try. So can still run, I think. Yep. So that can still work. But now the guts of everything is all based off of basic root scene, which is the fundamental aspect off of which everything else works. All the rest of this stuff is code that runs off of various little parts of it. In particular, there's code that runs off of these buttons like we see here. What I'm not finding, and there's like timers and things, what I'm not finding is how to run this inside writer in a way that helps me at all. Back into writer. Trying to find, oh, here we go. Okay, so basic root scene. This is what this other stuff is built out of, all these text edits and such. It did learn that I renamed it. Can we run that? Got there. I had not done that before, so that's new. We've got an error already. If we run it, look, CPU is 0.6%, memory is 70 megs. Let's set it to continually generating, unique, and let's run search 5 and see what it does. So this is a heavy number cruncher. This is supposed to be obliterating the CPU, and yet what we see is it's not doing that. Nor is it really producing much in the way of memory. It's kind of not doing much. And that's interesting. This would also be why I can run so many instances of it. Usually if I'm trying to generate reverbs, I run like 16 of these and let them go overnight. This is the newest version of Godot, yes. And I'm finally able to do some of this stuff literally in JetBrains Writer, which is what I bought to be able to work with Godot more effectively. So interesting. I suppose there are more experiments that I can do. This is it trying to generate reverb impulses. This is the matrix. This is what it would do as a reverb. And the picture it's showing is a picture of what it would be like as a sound. Darker, brighter white color is more sound happening at that moment. And the idea is to have it be smooth and not overly contrasty, because that means multiple echoes are hitting all at the same time. And we can hit stop. And it kind of returns to, well, it doesn't return to anything because I have not shut off continually generating, that's why. And I hit stop and it does return to very little CPU usage, but boy, it really isn't using much of the CPU. And so we will stop that. And that turns out that is what we do to run a Godot program in GDScript in Writer. So we can close that stuff out. Oh, also, that's the only scene. That's useful to know. So in order to run stuff, I have to find the root scene, which I have now renamed as basic root. Before it would have said node 2D scene. And no wonder I wasn't able to figure it out. So we got that much figured out. Let's jump back into this one and see whether we can get it to do anything. Now that I've learned that additional detail. Player GDScript is not what I want, but let's go and find a scene. But we're not going to want segment scene. But I'll bet you it can try to open them or run them. So this stuff is not what we want to actually use, but we can try to run it and see what it does. Let's find out what happens. Interesting. We've just run a piece of that video game. Only that piece that produced this. I'm going to make writer not show any options. Let's quit out of there. So interesting. And it ate a bunch of memory, didn't really do much other than that. If we run score ball scene, which is that's not even a thing. It basically shows you nothing because that's not a fully functioning game. What I want to do now is find where my fundamental game lives. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be warp ball. One of these is the scene that is the root scene upon which everything else is built. I just don't know what it is yet. Maybe it says so here. Let's find out. It's not showing me. Bus layout, that's audio bus stuff. Environment, okay, that's fine. I can tell that's not what I want. Game map, but is game map a scene? No, it's not. Those are also not. Those are just graphics. Can you run Project Godot as a scene? No. Scoreball, that's also not what I'm looking for. Wow, I can't find the scene. Let's go back into actual Godot, which is probably going to open, no. Which is going to do something, but I don't know what. It seems to have remembered what size it was supposed to be. Haha. Look at that. Node 2D. Which is this, which is the base scene that we need. But where is that? I mean, that's the node that it's in. Game map scene. So why am I not finding that in Writer? And yet that's it. That is what we need to be able to run in Writer. So let's go and try to find it again. It really seems as if that should be there. And I just missed it somehow. Game map scene is the one I'm looking for. I'll try again. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Game map GD. Is there a scene inside? There is. Okay. Okay. So this is apparently how you run this in Writer. You have to go into GD, which is actually code, and the scene lives inside the code somehow. I don't understand why that would be. That makes no sense at all. But having got there, now we are running in Writer's debugger. Took long enough. There's our breakbeats. And if we quit, we see that it ran about 1% CPU, which is not surprising for this computer, and we got memory charts and a bunch of stuff, which I could move off screen so I could see while it was running, but that's fine. Fascinating. That suggests that I can use the same technique to here. Let me mull this over for a second. Well, I shunt you over to the wood stove and go and take a pit stop. That being something we need to do. Here's another one for the fire. Honestly, if I was figuring this out on my own time, it would be basically about the same. So you're just kind of hanging with me while I do my usual work of figuring this stuff out. Be on fire. Very good. There you go. I'll be right off. I am going to rinse out my cup. All right. Thank you for indulging me. We'll get back to doing whatever the heck it was I was doing. Let's find out. Alrighty. So we've learned how to run an arbitrary Godot thing by going and finding what the root scene is and running that. Until we do, this is not available. But once we have found what the root scene is, it is available. And we also get to run bits of other scenes if we want, whether that makes any sense or not. Like, this is a scene. And we can run this scene, but it doesn't do anything particularly interesting, because we're just running a little piece. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen that one. I feel like that's one that didn't make it into the final version. It's all very well and good. So you can make that work, but I don't know if it's even included. In fact, I kind of see that it is not. Huh. So going back to this is the one I couldn't make run until I did this. And now it is working, but can we do a C# version of it? Baxandall, and either I'm talking about it or you've been looking over the GitHub. Baxandall is just kind of revoiced a little bit. Also, it is using a slightly different implementation. The original Baxandall used console-style encoding and decoding. Baxandall 2 left that out. Baxandall 3 is going to put it back in again with a slightly different syntax for how I go about doing it. Baxandall 3 is also voiced differently. The bass and treble frequencies are applied slightly differently. As far as Reaper is concerned, I'm trying to remember whether it actually came out of Winamp or something. Oh, right. Fair. So let's see. So halt 5 GD. In fact, I can switch over to search 3. So add C# class interface. What will this do? Answer, I do not know, because I'm adding something to a GD script. But apparently I'm adding a C# class. If we add a class and call it this, then what do we get? Ah, okay. Where did it go? It went here. Okay, so it didn't matter that I did it off of that. I could do that off of anywhere, and it would still do the same thing. So that's actually not useful. These are not useful. This might be useful. Okay, search 3 extends button. Whereas experiment is in default namespace. Show IO. This file does not belong to the pro, or the pro's from Dover. More. This is the stuff where it figures out what to say. Context actions. Alt enter. Okay, that's just showing up wherever my cursor goes, so no problem there. So this is not what I'm going to want. This is not useful. This says basically nothing. So I don't need that there, but I need to figure out how to make classes in C# that extend off of stuff like this. A bunch of this stuff might end up being very similar. So rather than calling things search 3, search 4, search 5, Kids going by outside. Having issues. Can I delete the file? Looks like I can. Alright, so I'm going to get out of Writer for the moment and look at this in current most recent version of Godot, see whether I can start up C# files in here. After scooching it around so that things fit on the screen properly, which I can do, I dare say. Here we go. Good enough, I guess. So here's where we're at. That's inside the scene. Less interested in that. Inside the scene, we've got things like timers, but we don't actually care about any of this stuff. These are the things we care about. For instance, search 3, stuff like that. Search 3 is the thing that I would like to do a C# version of, meaning that all of this stuff is going to be interpreted differently. Let's see if I can go into this File System tab. You know, I could just put that here. Don't need to import anything. That way I can kind of focus myself there. Oh geez, that's just letting things be split all around. How about not that? Can we not? Okay, good enough. That's just letting me, change the split mode. Let's not have a split mode. So here we have this. There's the only scene. That's fine. Here we have these. They're in GD script form. They're all based off of res. Can I create a new C#? Well, it's not going to be a resource. It's not going to be... Is it a script? Ah, okay. That's probably what we're looking for. Let's create something in C#. Inherits. What shall we have it inherit? If anything, button. Inherits button. Can we do templates and built-in scripts? Do we even need to do that? Base template for node with default Godot cycle methods. I don't know if this needs that. I really, really don't. We're like trying to step into all of this, and first thing I guess would be finding out whether I can duplicate what's in, say, search 3. If I want to get even more basic, I could try to do something and duplicate what's in halt 3. Also, path would be where I specify the name, clearly. So if I don't have it be a template, can we do built-in script? It says nothing about this at all. I do at least know it needs to do that. Does a template mean anything for this? empty template suitable for all objects. Base template for a node. I'm pretty sure default Godot cycle methods mean like physics engine, screen update. What I don't know is whether it needs those things to be able to display, because we're talking to other objects in order to make all this work. That's the thing. So basic root scene has a bunch of Godot objects in it, and we're just talking to those objects in various ways. Well, inheriting button is probably good. Let's tell it to inherit the node and see what it does. This is a template. This is supposed to be giving us stuff that we don't already have. And here's where we need to come up with a unique name. C3. That be in C#. Now what have we here? Interesting. Oh, I know what's happening. Why, yes, trust that. They're talking back and forth between each other. It's capable of, looky there, doing stuff. And into the matrix is now attempting to do a C, so we don't need that. One own usage. Interesting. Now it doesn't find the other stuff. So maybe what I need to do is close this. We're apparently not able to, it's not opening it in the Godot editor. But this looks to be basically the thing it needs to be, so time to start finding out what I can make happen here. And running scene from, I should be able to still run scene from inside Writer. And it won't be doing anything with this because I'm not calling it. But if we go to this, check it out. Script. So then the question becomes, will it just make that fail? It's a do nothing. Nothing happens when you do that. But quit out of Writer again. Writer is my external editor for these. We have now got these various scripts. Stop is halt 3 as a GD script. Search for, stop, halt for. You see up here in Inspector is where it's explaining things. But, oh, hang on. Dang it. Well, if I drag search C3 over into this, even though it's not anything, script, that has set it to, it's connecting to search C3 now. This is me still trying to figure out what it's doing. It won't open them in this window. Well, nothing to it but to do it. We'll close out of there. Let's open the whole thing in Writer and see whether it gave me anything. Here's the program. And we have apparently now decided that there's nothing here but this one thing. That seems weird and wrong. What even is its little deal? Oh, there we are. Structure A. That's a whole pile of nothing. Run. Okay, I can't find any of the Godot stuff, but it's all still there somehow. See, there's part of it. Can run again. And then if we do search 3, it's still connecting to the GD script, which does something. And it is not connecting to the C#, which I also separately have there. So that's pretty weird. That's not getting me as far as I'd hoped. Explorer. So one project. Here's the C# section. There's structure, which is basically worthless, and yet it's still able to grants don't know at the moment. So it's basically, hi, there you go. Show all files. Thank you. That's what it needed to do. Search 3 C3 CS. Search 3 GD. So we're trying to, thank you. So we are trying to extend this from this. Extends button. Basis float equals 1. And func ready, so that applies, but we're also going to want stuff like pressed. And we're not going to want stuff like this. No, it doesn't like that. Probably because it doesn't return a void. Haha. Yes, it does, but there it is. So that's going to still be grayed out until I do something with it. Remove redundant method override. So what lives there? Stuff like this. So extends button var basis float equals 1. So here's where that is, and we have similar language here. So basis. Cool, cool. So start. Private, eh? Well, I'd assumed it was private. I dare say that's probably correct. I guess we'll find out. Also, we have complaints here. What's going on there? Oh, that's what. It cares about stuff like that. 1.0 without anything else is a double. So are we? We're not running anything. I guess we're just looking at the environment of me doing this. What happens if I just start pasting stuff like this in? Copy. It's not going to like it, I know that, but what happens? Definitely not bueno. Our order of sequence here is somewhat different. Are we going to again, it's a float, it needs to say F. And I think we can safely call it private. I believe that's going to mean that it is within this class, and so you can't refer to it anywhere else, which is probably fine in what we want. So I wonder if I can have this in a separate window. Signs point to yes. It's a floating window now. So that's about as handy as I can expect. We'll go from there. Huh. Look at it go. Now that is technically not what I want, but this is what I'm talking about when I say that Writer has its little ways. It is hallucinating the correct answer. Possibly because it is reading this, and possibly because it just expects it's the same. Regardless, that was not wrong. Let's continue. Hang on. You get out where I can see you. Oh, and see, now it thinks I'm just going to continue, but I'm not. But it thinks I am. So most 2 is the next one, and it's also a float. Most score doesn't actually enter into this in any way. And it keeps thinking I'm using the same initialization values, but I'm not. Does that confuse it more? Equals 0.0. What did you just do? I'd like to know why it thought that was not interesting enough. Instance fields private. These do match instance fields private? Well, why did I think the other ones match something? That doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, what if you were just a float? Okay, now this is getting messier. Oh, is this also not match? Do we just have to amend that for literally all of these? It's certainly unhappy about it. Class search C3. It's also unhappy about this. New space does not correspond to file location, must be into the matrix. You don't say. Or do we have a contextual action that would fix that? Huh. Now what? It just did the thing and it did not help it. Okay. What? Well, if that didn't fix it, I'm not sure why you wanted me to do that in the first place. That doesn't make any sense at all. We're being kind of stuck. Let's go and play with public override void ready. This is going to be the same thing as func ready here. And we've got these things that perhaps can be done with it. And we will see whether that does anything. Because our defining of variables is not going well. It would be nice if it did, but Class search C3. Okay, so if we do that and I tell it, cool. So this seems just confused now. It does not know why it is doing that. It's still most unhappy with it, but I don't know what else to do. I'm not a C++ programmer, much less a C# programmer, so this is over. I'm going to continue to just try to get anything to do anything. And we'll keep doing that until it's tacos time, because some days this is just how it rolls. Oh, I don't have display yet, do I? So that's fine. One thing about it is the autocorrect there is eagerly offering things to do, whether or not they make any sense. Let's get rid of all of these privates and see where we can go, because it doesn't say private anywhere in the... That doesn't appear to be a thing. Do not know what partial means under these circumstances, only that it is the template that it tried to give me. That said, ready needs to instantiate an image, and that needs to be defined up here in the class. So what we'll try Very good. So far, so good. Oh, it added private when I did that. Now, why is that? It seems very determined to do that, to the point where maybe I had better assume that it was right the first time. Let's go through and add private to all this stuff. And now that we've done that, let's see whether we can. Okay, it knows what that is. Equals image.create. No. Honey, no. No, that's not what I had in mind. I thought it would say something else. Well, the rest of it seems legit though, so I thought that I was going to do 8192 by 8192, but no. Okay, that is supposed to be how you, like in GDScript, it says just like that. Did that get there? Or is that a problem? Acting a little bit like that is a problem. Cannot resolve symbol format RGBAH. Okay. That's how you do it. Now I go and find RGBAH. There we go. That's how it wants it described. So while this worked for the GD script, it wants it formulated a little bit differently this other time. And then let's see how we do. Color black. Well, if we complete it, it wants colors black rather than color black. So that's slightly different. Rather than display fill color black, it wants display capital fill colors black. But it looks a little bit like that was relevant to what it wanted. See how the fire is going. It's okay. Well, if it wants namespace to correspond to file location, what happens if must be into the matrix? Or are you going to complain about this? Oh no, that's no good. That's just defined something stupid. Name search theory does not match rule types and namespaces. Suggested name is capitalized. Well, we can't but try. I don't know why it cares. Sure. fine. And this wants underscores in front of all of these. We're defining variables. There. Now that we've done that, it's not able to deal with this, but we just told it to do that. So we put it back, and then it has become happy once more, or at least it's attempting to be happy. Typo in word pref score. No, that's not a typo. That's what I meant. What does it think the fix is? It's really fussy. Okay, disable one, disable this, disable that. Keep fix all typo problems. I don't know what it wants me to say instead of pref score, but that is the name that I'm using. Disable once with comment. Cool. If I take that away, does it complain again? Yes, it does. Also, I'm a bit frustrated by this. Why is it not willing to declare something as 0.0f? Default values. Okay, so I don't get that. How is it that in C# you get to initialize things and they automatically start as safe? And yet that's what it claims. See? Jump to source. Initializing field by default value is redundant. Okay, so I just learned something about C# I did not know. I did not know that in C# these things have default values. Is it only for private instances that has default values? Apparently. I mean, apparently not, rather. Yeah. Yeah, it thinks that's it. It thinks it has a default value. Well, I guess that's a C# thing. It's certainly not a C or a C++ thing. I'm used to C and C++, and you do not get default values in those. You have just pointed to an area of memory, and it could mean anything. What the heck? So, we continue. Okay, it made it private on purpose, and it does not care about that either. So that also has a default value. Yes, in fact, I am doing stage 2. Thank you for noticing. That was relatively quick. Got there. There's display. That has just reproduced this. So that's cool. Now bear in mind I've got all of this to do. And then to rewrite so that it will run without just using the graphic to refer to it all. Although I might be able to do something with it. It's 3:38 in the afternoon. I'm going to thaw out my taco food. I've actually got a, a, a plan for other food other than tacos. I used to get this food called Welsh rarebit that Stouffer's made, and they apparently have stopped making it, which is tragic because I grew up being able to have that. Excuse me. Drink water without drinking it with my lungs. Yay. And Welsh rarebit is basically like a cheese sauce, and you eat it over toast. So I've got some bread that I can make toast out of, but you can't get Stouffer's Welsh rarebit anymore. If you could, I'd be very excited to find out where. But you can get Campbell's cheese soup. The problem is, Campbell's cheese soup is horrifying. I think I've gotten it before and been like, go away. Because it's basically like cornstarch and flour soup. And the reason is, Welsh rarebit is like a combination of, say, cheddar and a bunch of cornstarch and flour and such like things that are simmered together and made to not curdle until they become this like thick, viscous cheese stuff to put over your toast or dip toast in. And you can add Worcestershire sauce to it. I've got some Worcestershire sauce. But just taking the can of cheese stuff, you're supposed to add milk to it. And I just remember it as being horrifying. It's just not enough cheese. So what I'm thinking of doing is going and picking up some like sharp cheddar shredded cheese. Shredded cheese includes I've forgotten a thing. Shredded cheese includes some cornstarch so that it doesn't clump up, but then this cheese sauce stuff is basically all cornstarch and flour. So I'm thinking what I'll do is get the cheddar cheese, use part of the can of this horrifying cheese stuff that isn't really cheese at all, and sort of melt them all together and see if I get Welsh rarebit the way that I'm familiar with it. So I've got the can of that. We will see what transpires. Meanwhile, this wants these to be like this. And there we go. So this now looks quite a bit like this one. But we got to do pressed because pressed is where all this stuff lives. But that also means I can make it do something. I can make this stuff do something. And then if I can call the correct version of the script, rather than the GD script, if I call the C# version and it works, it'll do whatever I tell it to do here. So, first thing, disable buttons. Can you simply paste this in? No. But can we alter it to be something where that would, in fact, like base perhaps? No. How about this? This is a useful bit of language for that kind of thing, no? But could it be it needs the semicolon? Nope, still not happy with that. So that's not a thing. Do we have stuff like get parent in here? We do. Okay, it's a syntactical issue. base get parent. Maybe I don't even need base. Let's amend this to be what it needed to be. Didn't expect that, but we're getting closer. Haha. Up, more syntactical issues. See how it's lowercase and there's an underscore? I bet that's going to be the same. Haha. And now it's able to do that much, but we cannot find this. But what does it offer me? Disabled. No. So node-based controls, it's able to look for the node, but I need to change the enabled status of the other button. Well, disabled is true. Would that mean enabled would be false? No. Get node, search 5. What kinds of things can we do? Maybe it's more indirect. I'm looking for, see it says get node, search 5, disabled. I'm trying to set the enabled status to off so that you can't click it while it's busy doing things. So we're trying to go and get that node and then manipulate things about its physical properties as shown in the interface. That process, probably not what I want. Ooh, let's see whether something like is enabled. Okay, that's not what we want. Is part of the scene. Well, that would probably do the job, but that's not really what we want. We're looking for a Boolean because the original thing is calling for a Boolean. This is all about trying to turn the enabledness off. I don't see many options there. Ready. Okay, so interface related things. Process mode. Scene file. Can process, but I don't think that's... There is a enabled feature, at least accessible from within GDScript. Has node. Well, what about other has? Has node and resource, has meta, has connections, has signal. Hidden, perhaps? No. I'll be danged if the very first thing I've run into is a thing that I cannot do. Also, you don't need to be there. And you do nothing. Alrighty. So we're looking for these other buttons. It says region disable other buttons. If we can't do that, this is not a reliable bit of software. Get parent, get node, disabled is the thing we cannot find. That's not helpful. That basically just deletes the whole thing. That's unhelpful. Ah, man. What the actual hell? Q free probably means just delete the whole thing. That's no bueno. Owner is probably the parent node. We're doing get parent, get node. So we're going from search C3 and trying to disable the button for search C5. I'm actually going to fire up YouTube for a moment. Godot disable button from C#. Button disabled true. That's probably not even Godot. Button disabled, so maybe I need to go and find button in there somehow. We can but try. Except for it doesn't know how to do that. That's not a symbol it understands. So get node, but in search 5 is a type of button, so owner is probably not correct. It's very eager to try to fill things in, but not what I would call in a helpful way. Maybe it's because it's not looking for the right thing. This is looking to do exactly the same thing as that. So get node search 5 should have got me something. That is, after all, the name of a node. That's the name of one of the buttons. What I'm not able to do is have it register that it's a button in such a way that it can do something. Get type. We're just going down the rabbit hole now. Almost ready to thaw out some food too. Let's abandon that one and return to our search for set button disabled in Godot C#. Disable or enable the node. Oh, it says disabled does not exist in C#. Well, there's a thing. Collision shape 2D class has a disabled field. Okay. Get node button. Let's see if it works. There. So far, so good. Haha. Alrighty. So that's important. That was useful. And boom, we immediately got there. Except for we want it to be false rather than true. Hey, time enough for me to go and get some foods. Or rather than get some foods, what we're going to do is maybe throw another log on it. No, it's fine. I will take the damper off of the fire, and I'm going to scamper off and thaw out some Monterey Jack cheese, which is what I put on tacos, and kind of get ready to deal with my taco stuff and warm up the oven. So, off and running. That was cool. We actually got that one. Alrighty, and I was going to do this. And while I'm at it, let's see no reason why I can't also do this. Got a little extra firewood in here. Should find a useful place. Dinner is in an hour. Oven's got to warm up. The cheese has to thaw out because I keep it in the freezer, as I will for the Walter Rabbit stuff that I hope to be able to do. That's also going to be a form of shredded cheese and addition of something else. One of the things about adding stuff that's out of cans is usually that can sit around for a long time. I'm getting close to where none of my canned goods are actually expired. Finishing off like the last of the split pea soup that I had kicking around. So hey, don't mind me, I'm shuffling around some windows. So this is what I'm copying from, and all the rest of this stuff will follow exactly the same rules that I just found, to the point where I could even it thinks it's search 6, but nope, it's actually halt 5. And it's going to think that's halt 6, except for it's search 4. Aren't you clever? Look at that. Look at that. It figured out what I was doing. Good baby. JetBrains Writer, folks. That's what it was able to do. I do not have to do the region stuff I have in here, though. I believe that is simply a factor of GDScript. It means you can collapse those regions and not look at everything. But that is not a concern. All of this stuff lives within pressed. And is so far so good regarding that. Now we have to do arrays. Interesting. So let's see where we get with that. They're going to be arrays in the Godot sense, unless I end up with them not being in the Godot sense. But this is basically, well, let's see what we've got for now. So we're going to want something like that, but not. Is there such a thing as array variant? Can you do this? I don't know if you can do anything like this. So here's the next question. So we don't like any of that, do we? Well, what we're going to is a GDScriptism. When we do brief delays array variant, we produce something that gets handled like this. However, the way that you declare that in C is quite different. So I'm assuming what we're going to do, and I do not know if we're going to have access to stuff like this. We're like doing Godot arrays, but we're probably going to end up doing something quite differently. So have we even worked out what this is from? Delays, brief delays, text to int. So we're going to want integer delays. So can we do that? Dimension expression is missing. Brief delay, see here it says resize 26. Okay, let's give it that then. Are you any happier? No, apparently not. Huh. Huh. We should be able to... Well, now hang on a second. If I try to define an int, that's fine. How about... Are you any happier if we do this? No, because you can't resolve that. What if I tell it it's a private? Okay, you're happier except for you think that's a typo. Also, we can only declare a fixed size buffer in a struct. Weird. Alrighty, that's interesting. And yet, I bet if I do this, it is not happy. I got a bunch of weirdness going on here. Okay, doesn't like private int, not one bit. And yet I need to be able to define some of this stuff, although maybe I can define it up top. That doesn't seem great, but if it's what it needs. Because we're defining stuff up here most of the time. We're not creating new variables in here. Maybe it insists upon having all of its arrays declared up here. We can but try. Let's find out. Let's find out if it likes it better up top. I've kind of learned not to do that, but... And again, with the needing to have this there. And let's see whether we can declare it with a size. No. Fixed size buffer may be declared in struct only. Well, then what am I supposed to do? I ask you. Also, it's complaining about typos a lot, but I do not care. And you cannot use an unsafe construct in a safe context. Interesting. Back to Google's. Fixed size buffer may be declared in struct only. C#. So that is apparently a thing. Oh, huh. Okay, so C# itself struggles with this stuff. Interesting. C# itself will not do a simple array. Weird, interesting. I don't know whether it's cool. Inline array, huh, okay. This is apparently also a way of doing something. Well, it can't be read-only though. It can't be read-only. Alrighty, so up top we get to call it unsafe, huh? For fixed buffers. Public unsafe fixed. Alrighty. Well, as long as we're going to struggle with it, let's put it back where it started. See if we can do it there. Okay, cannot use unsafe struct in safe context. I do not know whether that makes any sense whatsoever. We can't resolve that symbol. Fixed is an unsafe construct. Honestly, I don't know what fixed means. I am not that much of a C++ person. However, that worked, so I can define an int. Yay! Can I define it like this? Does not look like it, no. Can I define it up here? Signs hello. Yes, no? Okay, bad array declarator. So, that told me something I didn't know. Bad array declarator means there is such a thing as a good array declarator. To declare a managed array, which apparently is something that we can do, the rank specifier precedes the variable's identifier. So rank goes before this pre-delay. And apparently a fixed size buffer field is all kinds of other problems. But the stuff with the, like, where the other form let you do pre-delays resize, that's probably the kind of stuff that C# wants to get up to. So, managed arrays. Boop. Ah, interesting. Okay, so you put that to the side of int. And the values are presumably undefined, but that's how many of them. Or we can define them like this, but you have to put the array thing to the side of the int when defining them like that. Or something like this. So if we did this, we'd get away with it. Always about finding the little magical code that it insists upon having in order to be able to function. Switch that over here. Boop and boop. And so now we're trying to make pre-delays and delays. I do not know if we get to do things like resize or fill, but I'll deal with that later. So there we go. We're not using it, but it is a thing. Let's quickly find what some of these things are. Okay, you can do that. Can you do anything here? Interesting. Can we do resize? We can do append, we can do a bunch of things. So can we do resize? Does not look like it. No, that's a whole different array code in here. So if I wanted to, okay, so fill, it's probably about the same as append. Ah. First thing in the array. So these are not the things I want, but at least it's a something. We got it working. There's a complaint about it wanting to use collection expression. I don't know what that means or why it cares. Let's see what happens if we do this. Ooh, it became upset. Didn't like that one bit. Perhaps it's because it needs the number? Nope, it is still unhappy with that. Nope, we are all kinds of sad about that one. No bueno. So cannot resolve symbol. So we can't do that. We can't do this. But we were okay with doing this, meaning we can continue it onwards, or we can do other stuff around it, like append. As parallel is clearly not what I'm going to want. Has one parameter, but it can be invoked with 0 arguments. Also, it's expecting a semicolon. Return value of pure method is not used. Well, that's the one. It does something. So we're able to make a delay. It is talking about errors and stuff, but that's fine. We can apparently append 26, but I do not know if that means we actually have a 26 value array or whether it's just doing some other kind of messy thing. Because we've got this tendency for it to be doing messy things. Or we could simply well, that makes no sense whatsoever. Must be an assignable variable property or indexer, also expecting the semicolon. Well, that's just fine. I also do not know, first of all, what it means by use collection expression. How about okay, I don't know why I'd expected to get 15 things there. We actually want zeros, so let's go back. So in theory, we can make 26 like this. Kind of crude, but hey, although... One thing about it, doing it this way appears to function. We also want rotated. Again, all of this in GDScript is very, very different. I am almost tempted to... So rotated is yay big. This one is yay big. That one is so big. This is how we do that. That part at least will work. That part at least, that's pretty direct and straightforward. Not a challenge. Well, it's getting on past, it's well past 4. So some of this is not working as expected. Let's maybe get some of this other stuff in here, like room size and so on. Like if we do this much, that's part of what it needs. Close that, let's just throw it right in here. I don't really need to define the arrays first, so let's jump right in after here. And this is going to be a big mess, but who knows, maybe I can make it work. And I think this is another one of those ones where I'm going to have to tell it what kind of node it is. Let's find out. Yep, absolutely. Text field, maybe. Okay, so it's a text edit thing. Therefore, what can we do from there? We got that. And text to float. So cool, 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 cool. Got that. That's not what I intended. that was. And hey, we've just sort of hallucinated a bunch of crazy stuff, but no matter. We'll get past there. That was just weird. This is what we want. Actually, do I have it directly underneath? I do. Okay. So, close parenthesis, divided by 24.0, which is a float. Are we able to keep track of stuff appropriately? Well, no, hang on. Now are you feeling any happier? Okay, it is keeping track of some of those things. Cannot convert source type double to target type float. Interesting. But we are able to, okay. So a bunch of that stuff is problematic. If we insist that that is a float, so far so good. But then we can cast this to float. And looks like we got there. Okay, cool. And the rest of this stuff is a big mess, but we got that one. Hey. So now if this is sitting there right there, will it be able to figure out what I want? That would be interesting to discover. Whether it can figure out what I intend. So doing the next one. What? You are in the way, and I can't see what I'm trying to type now. Interesting. So that's a very similar bit of information. What do we need to do in order to make it be exactly the same? That's an additional level of square root. That's what that is. Also, note this is the thing I was talking about before. See how it's got this little highlight in here? Disable hints for method square root. Disable hints or hint settings. There's a little X. I don't quite know what that means, but that's the kind of thing it was throwing in. Much like this, where there's a little from and a little to. And that's the kind of stuff I'd like to see Writer attempt to do for me so I can eventually figure out what it means by it. For now, we're going to wrestle this into shape and try to make it work. So, let's see. So we don't want to divide it by 24 this time. We don't want text to float this time. We want to fint. Oh, there's no such thing as fint. Text to int. And that rest of that is still basically the same, but we have an additional layer of square root, which is why there is 3 clothing friends instead of only 2. So there. There is window range that is doing the same thing that it was before. So far so good. Let's have another. Annoying that it's covering up what I'm trying to copy, but if 5.1 minus square room size. That's not what I meant to do at all. It just made that up. Also, I can't help but notice that we are attempting to do things in double when it's actually floats. So maybe I should fix that. Yeah, see, we're having troubles with that. How about that? Looking good for times being. Okay, got there. Very good, very good, very good. Hey, Florian. And maybe I can do my fmin and fmax stuff rather than this. So long as we're doing that, oh, gotta add mathf. Dang it. No problem. In Math Godot or in namespace system. Alrighty, we'll use the Godot version. And then we need another argument, so min, it's going to be either this or the largest it can be. That's going to be 5. And it needs it to be a float. Got there. And the output of this needs to be thus and so. So that should have worked. Don't quite know why it didn't. Maybe it's because I have too many parentheses. There we go. All right, so now that is the same as these two if statements, because it is min of itself for 5, and then it is max of itself for 0.1. That does the same thing. Cool. Important stuff. 2 new languages as we go. Now, what's going on here? Typecast is redundant. Oh, because I'm now in mathf. Fair. That's why it's grayed out. We're not going to need any of that because we're automatically working in float. Cool. Got there. So we've defined arrays. There are perhaps not enough instances of 0 here, but no worries. And we also want to define delays, which is not going to be as many as that. Ta-da! So here's the trick, though. can I do what's in here in GD script? Because the thing about it is now I'm in C#, so I don't know whether it's talking about the arrays available in Godot any longer, because they have their own special arrays in GD script, but that's not necessarily what we've got here. So, first thing that happens is delay append 11. And it actually started out as like nothing. Can we even do that? Yeah, looks like it lets you try to do that. Let's see whether we can append out of this. Appends a value. INumerable probably means you can append what you wish. This is what I wish. Huh. 36. Return value of pure method is not used. Okay. What's up with that? Well, it didn't refuse to let me do it, so what about if we use Godot's integer math here? Local variable seems legit. Append a value. It does not know how to do that, which is in Godot. Rand I range from 11 to room size times 100. What can it do, though? Okay, those are properties in Godot. That's not in Godot. So that is not a Godot thing, that is a different thing. That is in Godot. How do you go about doing that? Oh, it's showing me. Hidden underneath my face there. Do I have that instantiated in this, or do I need to go and do it this way? Public class random number generator. So you have to do this or something much like it. We also have C# system and apparently cryptography. So one of the things you do here is, can we copy out of this? That would be nice. Oh, it looks like you can't copy out of this window just because it would be nice. Sad. And apparently we can do this, but we are not using, and that's weird. Return value of pure method is not used. Well, then what are we supposed to be doing with this array? How's that supposed to work? Local variable, int delays. Okay, so how's this supposed to work? Appends a value to the end of the sequence. Well, if I can move down to here, I can go to docs.microsoft.com and see what C# is supposed to be doing here. This looks like a mess. Append to sequence. Ah, okay. So that doesn't work. Let me fuss with my wood stove just a little bit more. My back hurts a little bit, but it's not because of bending over the stove, it's because all this is kind of stressful. Won't be too bad, I don't think. It'll be fine. I've made some progress. If you consider that apart from, I'm pretty sure in Unity, I've dabbled with C# a little bit. It's been many years since I did anything of the sort, so trying to reckon with some of this stuff is actually pretty ambitious. It's actually kind of going some. There's a lot to it. Looks like I'm putting a lot of firewood in here. Alrighty. So this code produces the following output. So here's some of the things it can do. You could make a new list. When you say console write line, you can apparently make new arrays every step of the way. Damn if I know how you append something to itself. It's creating a copy of the collection. That is not actually what I wanted to be doing, and so there's a problem. Can you do numbers equals numbers append thing? You can do new numbers, numbers append. If you can do that, what happens if you do no, you can't do that. That is no bueno. You cannot convert source type system collection generic, i.e. numerable, to target type integer. But what if append here has other options, like to something? To array, creates an array from an i.e. numerable. So it's not lists I want. Lists has another purpose. Yeah. Well, no, it looks as if it said that that worked. Weird. But I hesitate to say it can't work. Mind you, I don't know if that's a thing. Don't even know if I can run this at this point. It's definitely on the messy side. So hang on. So there's that. I don't know if that was any use, but I'll tell you one thing is I can start exploring some of this other stuff. Here. I will reappear. Wanting to do this rand-i range business, but it needed me to maybe do a whole separate interesting. Okay. Let's see if that's even true. Okay, got here so far. And we've been able to do some of this stuff. So random number generator, this is from inside Godot. So what I want is this initial part. Damn if I know what func ready is supposed to do. That's weird. Var RNG equals. Oh, and var means that's GD script. Hang on. Cool. Neat, neat. And now what? That's the bit that I wanted. Range. Not that it's happy about that, but that's because that's a float. And we have to directly cast it. Hang on. And then it should be okay, although it is still not happy. Oh, that's because we need to do this bit. And then it's still not going to be happy until we set it to array. Why are you not lighting up correctly? It's 38. Value assigned is not used in any execution path. Beg your pardon? Or is it simply that we haven't done anything with it yet? This could be a bit of a mess, but let's see what happens when we start following this path. This is what this is supposed to do. It's a kludgy way of doing it, to be sure, but we'll see. It is at least doing the random stuff. So I need at least this many, and these change like this, because we got prime numbered sequences in here. Because that's the point, although a bunch of this other stuff is going to change too. 41, 59, 67, 73, and then 2 of the 79s, and that's all. So yeah, so that's interesting. In theory, that worked, and we can even do this stuff. 400. $1,000. 1,200. Remaining ones are 1,200. So that is what this was. It's just expressed in a very different way. Now we got to get back to the get parent stuff. Timers. We have timers being done. And until I get it to make better sense, it's going to be confused and not know what I mean. This is not going to do halfway measures of filling stuff in. And at this point, that's actually what it wants to do. So there we go. That is this line ported over. And then we need to do paused. So that's going to be about the same, except for I changed the bit on the very end. And true rather than false. Cool. It ended up looking a little bit different, but that's basically what's there. Somebody derping around outside. No matter. I'm like 8 minutes from tacos, so far so good. And proof delays, I don't know if that's 26 elements, but it's all fine. You know what? If this append nonsense works, and it seems kind of messy, but in theory, maybe it worked. I don't know whether it's just causing a mess. But I can probably use a similar method and that is a tiny little empty value. Or indeed, do we even need anything in there at all? Apparently not. Okay, let's see if this stuff is legit. Time to start porting over in my final 7 minutes before getting to stop and have dinner. Brave delay is resize 26 and fill 1 does not actually have a correspondence in C#, but we can kind of build it since it's being built in order. That's the same as append over and over. So let's see what we can do. If we can make it work once, we can do the entire pattern. That's the same as the previous one, but that's not what I had in mind. However, all we got to do is find where the get node stuff is. In fact, it's literally just exactly this code, but slightly changed. So let's see how it thinks about this. Boop. But not seats. Text edit 1. Okay. Seems legit. It's nice that you get to do this rather than having to do everything in very crunchy, small, picayune orientations. Also, I wonder whether I should be putting, like, all of my stuff in here is actually talking about pref delays 1 equals text edit 1, but arrays start with 0. So there should probably be a 0, and I'll be talking about all of this. This is how I kind of rearrange it. We shall see. One thing at a time, I guess. But if I have to have a 0, we can't have a 0. There now, it's making the arrays have one thing in there. That is not an append of 11 items, that's an append of the value 11, which is the first one we hit, because in this generation we always have a delay value of 11 in there. So the rest of this stuff is literally just copying it over and over again, but adding increasingly large numbers on text edit. That's going to look kind of like this. And I bet it can even figure out what I mean. Let's see if it's able to figure out what I mean. This clever, clever little program. No, it is not. But no matter, I'll get there. If it was really smart, it would have figured out what I meant and incremented that as I went. It seemed not impossible that it would have been able to do that. But alas, it wasn't quite that fancy pants. $11, $12, $13, $14, $15, $20. And I got to get to 25 to do this properly. Program runs nice and snappy, I'll give it that. So again, JetBrains Writer, we're trying to make JetBrains Writer jump through hoops and do useful, helpful things. In my last 3 minutes of stream, we're not actually going to get to see this be, oh, look at that. Public partial class. It's kind of keeping stuff stuck up here to show me where it went. Like, there we go, pressed. And now that we are inside the pressed thing, that's what that shows. So that's cute. I've never seen that before, but that's very cute. I like it. Maybe I'll end up getting Sea Lion. I've got friends who really enjoy some of JetBrains' other stuff. If this is the kind of stuff they do, I can see why you would like it. Use collection expression. What even is collection expression? Does that make it be happy? We can but try. So next thing we need to add to here is pref score, which is a very similar form. up to and including needing to have, oh, hang on a second though. Rich text label. Oh, I remember what this is. Tell you what, let's just do it sort of by hand. Oh, it made too many assumptions. Rich text label 3. This is a hidden label. Like that. So that's where we go and find that. Part of the way it works, it cannot resolve simple prefscore. Oh, I remember why. Because it wants us to use underscores in front of all of that stuff. So there we go. So here's what we start with, and we've got a bunch of stuff up to and including altering the timers and making them work and do things. And we're kind of moving along. Ooh, one further thing. Display fill color black. Huh. Well, that's just like up here. There we go. And then here's where we update the text fields. I don't think we can run this. I'm not close enough to being able to run it as a script, but we are translating things bit by bit. So in make text fields and delays the same. And all of this is going to be fairly slow. I was hoping to be able to assign all of this to an array that could be processed much faster, but this part gets to be slow. This is the part that has to run real fast, which means I need to not be doing things using setPixel and getPixel. I need to be doing this stuff with a literal array rather than this nonsense. However, in theory, if I code it properly, it will actually work. And then I can deal with whatever I need to do as far as making big arrays and then assigning the colors of the pixels after we're completely done. Because we're grinding away through this stuff in order to be able to compare things, and I don't need to be counting pixel by pixel as I go. And then here's my algorithms for how I calculate adjacent pixels and how much what I have going on here. So all of this is a giant pile of GDScript code. And this is the beginnings of the same thing as C# code. And that's the idea behind what I did at work today. And this is the reverb generator, so it's worth me learning how to make it way faster. But for now, granted, I can't run this yet because it's not in working order. I don't know what it's going to take for me to be able to assign the C# part as a script, but I'm clearly writing it as the script. And eventually I'll see what it did. After probably days of work, but what the hey. The reason this is so complicated and messy is because it was already days of work getting it to run. So on that note, I will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Taco's time for me.